passing us as we got near the campus. We're going to pan to the right a little so you can see the stadium. The football stadium is the Reunification Center, or at least where parents are being diverted. Some students are walking over to the stadium as well. Now, we've seen some parents leaving the stadium with their student. Again, while there are a lot of law enforcement here, it is not as chaotic as it would be if it was possibly still an active shooter. We do not have much confirmation on any of these things yet, and so we're just trying to stick with the facts that we know. Again, the mother that I spoke to told me that her daughter, who's a senior, called her about 5 times immediately after she heard what sounded like loud bangs. She said that her daughter is in a locker room with a coach or a teacher, and she said that that teacher FaceTimed her so that she could see that her daughter was okay. We are still trying to get more information from Dallas police. Of course, this is an active scene, and so information is ever changing. But as you can see, people are freely walking around. There is law enforcement here directing parents to go to a certain area. We were just pushed back to the edge of campus, and so we're trying to gain as much information as we can. When some parents get close to us, now that we cannot be on campus, we'll try to ask them a question or two about what they've been told. Again, this is an active scene. Officials told me about 10 minutes ago that they're urging people not to come to the campus. But when something like this happens, of course, parents want to make sure to get in touch with their children. You see a Dallas sheriff just pull up, vehicle just pulled up. I'm counting about 8 to 10 police vehicles in the front of the school. And what you're looking at now is the backside of the school, where some people are walking around, some students are walking, and you see police units in the back of the school as well. And so we're just trying to get more information from different people to see what exactly is happening. But in the midst of the confusion, things are pretty calm out here, especially with things on people's mind as to incidents like this. We actually were just out here this time last year for an incident at Wilmer-Hutchins where a student was able to bring a weapon in a bag that was not checked through the security. There is a bag check process here at the school, and almost a year to the date, we were here on the same campus for an incident involving a student who was able to get a weapon on the campus. And so what you're looking at right now is the backside of the campus, and we're going to send it back to you guys right now. Why aren't they talking to Maya? I don't know. All I hear is programming. I'll check. Is that the one you got? City Force. Whatever one I call, yeah. You hung up? Yeah, Chris said he was going to call me back in soon. Seven 486 is what I'm on. Yeah, they push us back and forth to here, yeah. Okay, so if you guys are watching us on Fox Local or fox4news.com, we are here at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. What you're looking at right now is the back side of the school. And as you can see, some law enforcement are leaving the school. Some, about a couple of minutes ago, were students walking with law enforcement to the football stadium. Now, while there is still an active scene and law enforcement here on scene, things are a bit calm when you talk about first responders responding to a scene at a school. So keep that in context. While there is an active scene, it is not a complete lockdown situation is what I'm trying to explain to you. If we pan to the right a little, you can see some people gathered outside the football stadium, and that is the location where some parents have been reuniting with their children. We are working to get more information. A lot of things have not been confirmed right now, so we're only going to give you the information that we've been told. And right now, the latest information. Is that we don't know what type of incident this is. All we know is that an incident happened in the school, according to students and parents that I've talked to, and we are working to get more knowledge on that. I spoke to a mother off camera about 15 minutes ago, and she told me that her daughter was inside and called her multiple times around 1:10 to 1:15. She said that her daughter heard multiple loud bangs and they were hiding in a locker room. That's that student's perspective. Again, we are hoping to get more information confirmed, but any incident like this, things are fluid for law enforcement, and that information eventually trickles down to the media. So the view that you're looking at now is the football stadium, where there appears to be students sitting in the stands, and I know some parents are being let through by officers to reunite with their children at the stadium. And we're going to pan to the left in a second so that you can see the main campus, but the main part of campus, there's still multiple officers outside. They are not holding tactical weapons or any tactical gear, which could suggest that things have calmed, whatever the incident is inside. There are flashing lights and there are resources still coming in. That's the natural response for these things. Multiple law enforcement agencies train together for these situations to respond. Dallas ISD is a very large school district that has its own police department. So there's Dallas ISD police, and then Dallas Police Department is also on scene. So again, to reset, we heard scanner traffic. Let's see what time it is. We heard scanner traffic about maybe an hour ago, or a little more than an hour ago, about an incident at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. When we got on scene, we were led to this area, and it's near the area where parents are reuniting with their children at the stadium. I've been told by officials that they were urging people not to come to campus, but naturally, parents want to make sure that their children are okay. So parents are doing what they are doing and coming to campus. There are a number of law enforcement here, but two visible things that I've noticed in the about 20 minutes that we've been on the ground. I don't see any tactical gear. I don't see any presence of officers staging to breach a building or anything like that. People are freely able, within reason, to walk about the campus from the main campus building to the football stadium where we are, which would signify that things have calmed, at least from the outside. But we are waiting to get an update. So this shot will remain up, but we will check back in with you guys when we have more information.
second time it done happened.
All right.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm walking up, but I have to show my ID. Okay, bye.
so if you guys are joining us on fox4news.com or Fox Local, any of our streaming, we're going to do a reset right now to let you know what's happening. So behind me, you still see a lot of cop lights, but Dallas ISD just tweeted that the high school itself is secure. They said that they will put information about reunification out shortly, and they are urging parents, guardians to bring a photo ID with them when that reunification location is set. Now, sources confirmed to Fox 4 that a teen has been shot in the lower leg. That's according to sources. We are still awaiting official information from law enforcement. I'm going to step out of the scene so you can see what's going on behind me. Right now, you're looking at this school, and you see a number of law enforcement vehicles in front of this school. But again, the latest information from Dallas ISD is the high school is secure. So what officers are doing right now is just making sure that they're clearing out every room, making sure that students, no one else is injured, and making sure that the students are being moved to the football stadium. While Dallas ISD has said that they will put out the reunification information soon, unless I start seeing some school buses. Parents have been picking up their students from the football stadium, which is also on campus. So if we swing around to the football stadium, you'll see an EMS out there. Two actually just pulled up. We don't know if that's in response to it's not that hot, but if someone is dealing with some other issues, those Wilmer Fire Rescue units just pulled up not too long ago. But there are students sitting in the bleachers of the football stadium, and so those students, of course, are waiting. Some parents have already picked people up, so we are checking on that. Okay, Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins just walked up. He said he has no information right now. Again, the latest information that we have from sources is that a teenager was shot in the lower leg. We do have video of an EMS leaving the scene with a police officer vehicle behind it. So that is confirming that there was some type of shooting. We don't have any description of the shooter. We do not know if the shooter is in custody. We don't know if the shooter was a student. Those questions have not been answered yet, and we hope to get more information about. Again, Dallas ISD about 5 minutes ago just said that the scene is secure, and so that is a good thing as far as letting you know that there is not an active shooter situation still going on. What you're looking at right now, you can see students kind of in front of the football stadium, and there's a person in a gurney being loaded into the EMS. We don't know the extent of their injury. We don't know when they were injured or where they were injured, and so we'll have to wait to see if officials will confirm more than one injury. But we do know that someone was taken to the hospital. We're told a teenager shot in the lower leg. Now, almost to the day, I was out here in the same spot at Wilmer-Hutchins reporting on a shooting in the school. This school does have a security process, a bag check process that students go through when they enter campus in the morning. And the incident that happened a year ago on the same campus involved a student's bag making it through that security check, and then ultimately a student injuring another student with a handgun. So we are waiting for all the details on this situation, but literally there is somewhat of a history with this situation, and a parent walked by kind of in anger moments ago saying that this just happened last year. So there is a bag check process here at the school. Multiple Dallas ISD schools have that process, and something slipped through the cracks last year. We have to wait and see what was the situation this year. We don't know. And so again, our photographer John Ganan captured a video of someone being loaded into an EMS. Now this is at the football stadium, so we don't know how connected it is to the incident itself. We don't know where they may have been injured, how they may have been injured, but someone else is injured. Again, you're looking at the football stadium because that's where students are, and I'm starting to see some students stand up in the bleachers. They may be organizing them We recently did a threat in another school district where students were bused to another district facility. So we don't know if that's the situation here. I have not seen any school buses. Dallas ISD, their latest tweet said that the school itself is secure. They will put more information out about a reunification center, and they are urging adults, parents, guardians to bring a photo ID with them for that location that has not been announced just yet. And so, to reset the scene for those who have just joined us, there is still an active police presence at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. Sources confirmed to Fox 4 that a teen has been shot in the leg. The source told Fox 4 that that teen is a 17-year-old male who was shot in the lower leg. We were on the scene as that EMS was leaving the campus with a police officer behind it. At this time, Dallas Police nor the school district has confirmed if they are still looking for a shooter or if the shooter is in custody. That information we do not know. So we are going to stay out here and try to talk to some parents because we were kind of pushed back to the edge of campus. And so as parents walk by, we'll try to get some reaction from parents who are coming on the scene. Okay. So we'll show this and then you can swing.
Yeah. Swing.
What's up?
You sleep it up.
Okay. Oh, you see more lights?
Yeah. Actually, when you step that way, and then I'll go do. Yeah, that gurney came from the school.
It came from there?
Yeah, they went all the way
I didn't
across
see
there.
it.
Yeah,
You saw it?
I saw it when it got to the field over here.
Oh, okay.
So somewhere over
Somewhere
there.
over there.
And they were stabilized.
That might be near the locker room. The lady said her daughter was in the locker room.
Well, her daughter was in the car with her.
Yeah, but I'm saying somebody else.
Yeah.
It would be super pissed.
But they were fully stabilized. They were in
Oh.
the whole deal. So.
But they haven't driven off yet.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Dude, I need some parent sound.
Yeah. Gonna have to speak up.
Okay.
Him.
Oh.
On the IFB, speak up.
Steve, sources confirmed to Fox 4 that a 17-year-old male was shot in the leg, and there is history to this, right? We were here this time last year, almost to the date, where a shooting happened on campus, where a student brought a gun, it passed through the back check, and it made its way in on campus, and an incident happened. We are still waiting for information as to how this shooting transpired. I'm going to step out of the shot so that you can see what's going on. We're on the football stadium end of the campus, so the back end of the campus, but what you're looking at right now is the front of the campus. Of course, this is still an active scene, but Dallas ISD about 10 minutes ago tweeted that the school itself has been secured. What does that mean? In an active shooter situation, it wouldn't be secure because they would be still checking off boxes to make sure that every room is safe. So Dallas ISD has deemed the campus secure. Now, we don't know who the shooter is, if the shooter was a student, and if the shooter is in custody. Those are all things that we are trying to learn. We're going to pan to the left so you can see parents walking up. Where we are is the football stadium. That is where students are being held. Some parents are already making their way over here to be reunited with their students. The latest information from Dallas ISD is that they will announce where a reunification center is. I will tell you, some parents have already left with their students from the football stadium. So we're waiting to see if Dallas ISD will announce a different reunification location. So we're gonna start to pan to the right where the football stadium is. That is where students were in the stands, and I saw them get up about a minute ago, so I don't know if those students are being lined up to move somewhere else. You see an EMS there in front of the football stadium. Our photographer, John Ganan, noticed about 5 or so minutes ago that there was a gurney brought from the back end of campus to this area where you see the EMS is. The person in the gurney was fully stabilized, but that EMS is not driven away. So I would hope that means that it's not a life-threatening situation because that they are still here, but someone is on a gurney and has been loaded into that EMS. The only information we have right now, Steve, is that sources confirmed to Fox 4 that a 17-year-old male was shot in the leg. We don't know their condition. We don't know who the shooter is. We don't have a shooter description, and we don't know if the shooter is a student. And again, like I said, I was standing right out here this time last year for a similar incident here on this campus where a gun made its way into the school. This school and multiple Dallas ISD high schools have a metal detection device or system set up to stop things like this. That gun made its way in this time last year. We'll have to wait and see what the circumstances are of this shooting. Yes, and so the photo ID is a big thing because that's how they're going to match you with the student. And again, when we got here almost an hour ago, we were told to urge people not to come to campus. The latest news that you mentioned from Dallas ISD was a reunification location would be announced, and so we're awaiting that information. But I mean, officers are clearly letting parents walk this way, so some people are reuniting with their children. Say your last part again. I'm hearing a little mixed minus guys in the booth. Say your question one more time, Steve. This school does have a metal detection process in place. Now, things may have changed or evolved, seeing as there was an incident this time last year where a gun made its way in, but we're waiting to see the latest information from Dallas ISD. Of course, it's a fluid situation. We're kind of sometimes the last to find out things, but we are waiting for more information.
it.
Thank you for the updates.
Are you a parent?
She's my goddaughter.
Oh.
Do you want to say something?
You just look at me. You can stand next to me.
I asked her. I said they might ask you questions, but I'll let you decide. If not, we can.
Stand next to her. Stand next.
Yeah.
What's your first and last name?
Salomon Ibanez.
Spell it.
SALONDRAIBANEZ.
And what grade are you in?
I'm in 9th grade.
What did you hear?
Well, I was in biology class, and my teacher, she was going over our work, and we heard a gunshot. And at first, I was trying to process it because, like, usually, like, they have like little, like, they like smack, like, they're around the halls and like they play around. So like I was processing it until it went off again, and it was faster this time. So that's when me and my classmates, we got up and we went behind the teacher's desk, and I was making sure my classmates were okay. And then we went into the storage room, and we had waited there until we got escorted out.
What's going through your mind right now?
I'm still trying to process, like, with everything that's going on, and like this happened last year, and like experiencing it, because today's my this is my first year in high school, so like experiencing it's like a traumatic experience. Like so many things going on in my head. Like I'm texting my family, and they're making sure that I'm okay and stuff.
Your godmother? Your godmother?
Yeah.
What? I mean, did you get the call, or what was going through your mind coming to get it?
I got the call, and I'm blessed that the media was here to report and let us know what was going on. She was frantically calling me when I received the call, and I'm just glad she's okay. I pray that they can overcome this. This is a reality, unfortunately, that we live in, especially here in Texas. It seems like every day there's something going on, but she's okay in one piece, and I can ask for nothing else.
I was literally out here this time last year for the shooting. Back-to-back shootings, regardless of the circumstances. Does that make you kind of...
It's a wake-up call, I think, for the students to truly understand that it's very real and it's present in our own backyard. And but I think with any parent, we're gonna do, when the call comes, we're gonna run and be here. So I think as a community, we just have to be more aware, and the kids need to speak up if they know or see something. And I know that that's something that the district is really pushing, and so we just need our kids to really put forth that, let the authorities know if they know that, because it seems like this was something that was pre-planned.
What's your first and last name?
Laura Mendoza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
So we've got people starting to stream out.
Okay. You want me to... am I blacked out here?
You're good, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, did they resolve that mixed minus issue, please?
I think so. Matt said they're working on it. Here we go. Steve, I just spoke to a 9th grade student and her godmother. Her godmother came because she was calling her multiple times saying, come to campus. She just described to me hearing a gunshot, and she said, students play in the hallway. So initially some didn't think anything of it. And then she said they heard at least one other loud gunshot noise. She said they hid under their teacher's desk. I don't know how many students were in the room, But this is the reality that we're in, right? She's a 9th grade student, and she knew about the shooting that happened around this time last year. And she said to experience it is something she didn't think that would happen, even though this happened last year. I'm gonna step out of the shot so you can see what's going on at the football stadium. That is a reunification location that parents have been picking up people. We talked about minutes ago, I don't want to put an exact time on it, someone on a gurney was put into that EMS. I would assume it's not the person who was shot, because we have video earlier of an EMS leaving with a police officer with them from about an hour ago. What sources have told us is a 17-year-old male was shot in the leg. We don't know that 17-year-old's condition. We don't know if they are looking for a shooter, who the shooter is, their description of the shooter, or if the shooter is a student at the school. I mentioned this time last year because it's timely. This time last year I was standing out here and a student was able to get a gun in their book bag and through the security process that's set up here on campus, and that was an incident. And now this time. So the godmother, Steve, was telling me, you know, this is just the sad reality in Texas and in the country about incidents happening on campus. And, you know, she's thankful of information being spread and the police response. But, you know, people are tired of these types of things happening. So we're hoping to get more information about if a suspect is in custody or if they're looking for a suspect, what is the description of that suspect so that we can bring it to you, the viewers watching us. Right. Yes, and that was the first thing that I noticed when we got here. The second our live shot got up, yes, you see the flashing lights. Yes, you may hear an officer's engine zoom by us, but things are calm, and that automatically lets you know that at the very least, the school is secured, and that's the information. The first real official statement that Dallas ISD put out about now 30 minutes ago saying that the high school is secured. That lets you know multiple things. One, that at the very least, inside the building, they're not searching for a shooter. That does not mean the suspect is not at large, but that also does not mean the suspect is in custody. But the school is secured. Now we know that the reunification location is the football stadium behind me, which is also on campus. Typically, if there is still an active scene, the reunification is not going to be steps away from where that active scene is. They would be moved off campus. Students are here on campus. Those student numbers are dwindling. I haven't looked at Sky 4 video, so I don't know how many students are actually on the field, but there were a number of students in the bleachers. Those students have since gotten up. And again, parents have been let in. If you are a parent watching this, Dallas ISD is urging you to bring a photo ID so that the process of you getting your child will be smooth. You see some parents walking away right now. But yeah, Steve, things are calm, and that's a good thing, but still a lot of unanswered questions. Right, and that's the $1 million question. I mean, sources confirmed that a student was shot. We don't know if, like you mentioned, it could have been an accidental discharge. But the point is, how did a gun get into the school? So that's the big question. And then there's a little bit of precedent in this because this time last year, a student was able to get a gun in the school in a book bag or in a bag. And so those are the things that we're trying to answer. Yes. Yeah, I was trying to hold it. God mom. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then last year, all the media was right here, and then they still made us walk around the campus.
Yeah.
Correct. That's what it was.
So what they're planning to do, we've got parents lining up.
Okay.
Mine's good.
Says that there is a 17-year-old student who was shot in the lower leg, and that is all that we know right now. We're also hearing that there was another student who passed out. So that person is fine, was able to be treated, but in terms of the shooting victims, we are hearing that it was one victim. Now, I asked Dallas ISD, can you confirm only one victim, and they're still saying that they can't confirm. And I also asked what happened to the shooter. Is the shooter in custody? Again, the spokesperson said that they cannot confirm that information. So here we are waiting to get some more details from Dallas ISD.
Yeah, they, by the way, have been updating us really via Twitter at this point, trying to get as much information out as they can with people. I know you're in a different spot than Stephen Dial is on campus, but one of the things that we can't help but notice as we look at these pictures is kind of how orderly and calm this process is. Again, we want to really urge people to not go to campus. The ISD is asking folks to head directly to the stadium. Please bring a photo ID. They want to remind people that there are counselors on site. There are counselors available to you and your family if somebody needs to kind of download the day's events, which I'm sure have been very traumatic for folks. What are you experiencing there as kind of the energy around you? It seems, again, we used the phrase kind of the administrative part of the process at this point.
Right, I agree with your assessment that things are calm and orderly. I was surprised as I arrived as well that I was able to drive directly to the stadium, which was the first location that I went to. And then I was able to get back to where I am now at the front of the school really without problems. The Dallas Police Department is doing a great job of being able to direct people. We did talk to a mom that was able to reunify with 2 of her students, and despite how horrific this situation is and how stressful, she was able to reunite pretty quickly with her 2 kids and be able to start to feel secure, at least in that regard.
Yeah, when we see the pictures, we've got you in a double box right now. When we see the pictures of people kind of mulling about, talking to people, orderly, standing in line, waiting, to collect their students, I'm going to assume. Kind of the good news, if any can be drawn from today's incident here, is that kind of the dangerous part of the situation seems to be under control at this point, seems to have ended. Unfortunately, we are getting a confirmed report of a 17-year-old male, a student that was shot in the lower leg. We do not know at this point if police are searching for a separate gunman, if this perhaps was a student that experienced an accidental discharge. These are all, of course, questions that we hope to be able to answer for you in the next hour as we continue to bring this breaking news, not only here on TV, but of course on Fox Local and on our streaming channel and website as well. I do want to get back to Stephen Dial. I know, again, a lot of activity there with parents and kids. I understand you were able to talk with a student a little bit earlier. Stephen?
Yeah, Steve, we spoke to a 9th grader, and she was kind of talking about the real reality of, let's talk about the elephant in the room. A shooting happened on campus this time last year when she wasn't a student here, and now in her first year in high school, she's talking about experiencing a shooting. Take a listen at part of our conversation.
My teacher, she was going over our work, and we heard a gunshot. And at first I was trying to process it because usually they have they smack, they're around the halls and they play around. So I was processing it until it went off again, and it was faster this time. So that's when me and my classmates, we got up and we went behind the teacher's desk. And I was making sure my classmates were okay. And then we went into the storage room, and we had waited there until we got got escorted out.
It's just a sad reality of what students are unfortunately used to dealing with nowadays. Again, I was a 9th grade student telling me that she heard about the shooting this time last year and now living through a shooting this time this year. Her godmother picked her up. Her godmother told me that she was calling her multiple times, and so she just drove to campus to pick her up. The reunification site is off to my right, my left, at the football stadium, where parents are lined up, and also for the first time I'm seeing school buses lined up. So the part of the process, this is something that school districts train for, unfortunately, and are ready for. And so I'll be interested to see if those school buses are to take the kids whose parents are still allowing them to ride the bus home, because I highly doubt that they're moving the students to any other location. But there are a row of school buses here, parents lined up in front of the stadium. You still see officers' vehicles in front of the school. That's just because officers, 1, are on scene, but 2, also just checking their blocks, making sure to clear every room. Again, the latest information we have, Steve, 17-year-old boy shot in the leg. We don't know his condition. We don't know a shooter's suspect description or anything like that. Dallas ISD sent us an email about 10 minutes ago. In that email was just saying that the campus is secure, all students and staff are safe, and that the reunification site location is now going on.
Stephen, I want to go back to the little girl that you interviewed. I mean, a 9th grader, that's, first of all, what an incredibly brave little girl, and really a heartbreaking soundbite. You know, to have this kid think to themselves, you know what, I thought that maybe it was kids playing in the hall, but then I recognized what it was. It came faster, it was loud, I got behind the desk, and the thing that she said that stood out to me so much was, I made sure that my friends were okay. And then we got into the storage closet. I mean, the idea that she, A, has that kind of bravery, and then B, is composed enough to share that story with you, less than an hour or 2 after it happens, really speaks volumes to, I hate to say it, how normal this is for these kids.
It is, and I mean, that is just a totally different situation now from the world that, I'm 35, and so, I came up during the, not near the Columbine area and the Newtown shooting, those types of shootings, but now it's more often. Now, some of them may not be as mass casualty as the 2 things that I named, but the fact that kids train for this and it's second nature to them, and yeah, the innocence in that 9th grader to say, I just thought, kids were playing in the hallway, and then when they hear another sound, and then they snap into action, hiding behind their teacher's desk, and then hiding in a storage closet. It's nothing that we want any student in Texas or in the country, for that matter, to have to deal with, but it's the sad reality of our current state of affairs in this nation. And so we are awaiting more information about, hopefully, is the shooter in custody, and what's the status of the student that sources confirmed to us was shot in the leg.
Stephen, as we're looking at kind of aerials here from Sky 4, we see still a huge police presence. There's obviously an emergency response vehicle presence. There's a bit of a process that has to unfold here to kind of clear the scene, make sure everybody's okay, search the school, make sure everybody's cleared out of there. I know that the ISD has again contacted us to again remind people, students and staff at Wilmer-Hutchins High School are safe. The reunification process has begun at Eagle Stadium. Unfortunately, what we're now hearing is that 3 different students have been injured. You're probably hearing it from me for the first time as well, as we stand here talking to each other on live television. So I want to skip that for a moment and talk to you real quick about the reunification process here. Are you able to see from your vantage point? Are there lines of people waiting? I mean, what's the scene there like in terms of somebody who says, okay, I've got to get down to the stadium and pick my kid up?
Yeah, we'll pan over now. So what you're looking at is, that everyone that you see in sight are adults standing in line to be reunited with their student. My photographer, John Ganan, saw a staff member with the district holding some type of sign that said parents. That's why the district is asking people to bring a photo ID so they can do their trained checks and balances to just make sure that they're not just giving the student to a random person. And so you see that line, and this is a situation that we experienced in another school district maybe a month or 2 ago that I was on the scene, and they took the students off campus and the parents were lined up. So this is an orderly process that districts, unfortunately, prepare for. And this is you just seeing it act out in live time. Lori and I talked about how calm things are. One reason why it's calm is because the scene is secure, so that's a big thing. But then two, now this is just kind of muscle memory. The unfortunate muscle memory that that 9th grade girl had, this is the muscle memory that the administrators have to have on this end. So you see the people in line, and then I want John to pan to the right just a little. There are school buses lined up. I'm waiting to get information about that because we know this is the reunification location, so they're not moving certain students off campus. So we're just waiting for information about that. And then you have resources from other areas. Cedar Hill Fire just brought in a truck. All these different agencies working together in connection. I mean, this is a unique area because we're in Hutchins, Wilmer-Hutchins High School, but it's a Dallas ISD school. So you see DFR, you see Wilmer EMS, you see Dallas ISD Police. They're a large school district, so they have their own police department. You see Dallas Police Department. So all these different agencies working in concert for an unfortunate situation, but it's the reality that we live in right now.
All right, Stephen Dahl, I'm going to leave you there. I do want to get over to Lori Brown, who is with Dallas City Council member Tanel Atkins, who has updated the information here. We're being told now, Lori, 3 students injured. What can you tell me?
Yeah, Steve, we're here with Dallas Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins, and he has been able to get a little bit more information than we have. So, Mayor Pro Tem, please tell us what you have heard about what happened so far.
Well, there are 3 students injured right now. It looked like there is not a life-threatening injuries right at the moment. There we know someone from outside came into the building. They're still under investigation. Dallas Independent School District, there are DSD police in charge. We at Dallas Police Department, the state trooper, the Dallas Sheriff Department, the constable, we are the backup in the fire department to fill in the gap. We're here as support.
Okay, what have you heard about how the shooter got into the school?
Yeah, the door will open. Someone probably let the student in the door. That's all I know.
Okay, now what about the 3 students? You've heard a little bit about how they're doing. Tell us about that.
To my knowledge, they are not a life-threatening injury so far, and I can't speculate because they have not, anything came from the doctors, from the hospital and said where they are.
Okay, and what about the shooter? What are you hearing about if that person is in custody or not?
I don't think I heard that he may be identified, not for sure. That's something that we had to talk to DPD, Dallas Independent School District police officers to find that out.
As Mayor Pro Tem, what goes through your mind as you were here a year after a previous shooting at this same school?
Well, I just going to the families. I'm worried about the families. I'm going to pray and put their faith in God. Things happen, but still praying and still we have a great city. We got a great school district. We put the family, that public safety is our number one concern. It's always going to be our number one concern, and just put the faith in God. Things is we are human, but God is the person who look over us.
Looking at this response by DPD, this is a huge emergency response. What goes through your mind about how DPD has handled this situation?
Praise go out to DPD, but also don't forget the fire department, but also look at the constable, the sheriff department, the state trooper, all these public safety entities that showed up fast, right on time. Even the helicopters flying above us. So I can say a praise to them. Thank you to them. Thank you for public safety.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We appreciate that. And so, fortunately, the school is secure according to the school district, and that reunification process is happening in an orderly way over at the stadium. Right now, I see a lot of school buses that are headed out, so I'm not entirely sure if there are students that are in those buses, if they're changing anything about the reunification process, but so far this is an orderly situation happening here, and we are awaiting more official word about the details of how everything unfolded. Steve.
Lori, I do want to, because I think it bears repeating, so the Mayor Pro Tem suggested that perhaps the shooter was let into the school through an exterior door that somebody may have opened.
That is what he told us. So we clearly are going to be wanting to find out more about that information. Obviously, schools have extremely tight protocol about how people get in and out of schools, and it is supposed to be only through the front door, and there is typically double front doors where it provides that extra layer of security. So it's extremely hard for someone on the outside to get in unless there was a door that was left propped open or someone held the door open for someone, but clearly those are all things that are against protocol.
We are being told now, Lori, and I don't know if you're able to get more information, we have confirmed with Dallas Fire Rescue that now 4 victims have been transported. I know we originally thought it was one student, a 17-year-old male, who we can tell you was shot in the calf, in the lower leg. Then Mayor Pro Tem Atkins confirmed it was 3, and now DFR telling us it's 4. The through line here, though, is that none of these reports seem to be accompanied by any language about life-threatening injuries.
Right, and at this point, about 2 hours removed from the shooting, it does seem that we would know if there was a life-threatening injury at this point. So it seems that that is certainly a thing that is very fortunate right now that we're talking about people that are expected to fully recover.
All right, Lori Brown, we're going to stick with you for just a minute as we kind of head to the top of the hour here. We'll reset in just a moment. Again, we do want to remind you that this coverage of this breaking news situation happening in Dallas County is not only happening here on television, but of course on our streaming channels as well. It is the top of the hour. We do want to reset for you as we follow this breaking news on TV that we've been covering for you. Gosh, for the past couple of hours now on Fox Local and on our website. You are looking live at pictures courtesy of Sky 4. There has been a shooting at Wilmer-Hutchins High School in Dallas County. We have been able to confirm that one 17-year-old male student was shot in the calf, in the lower leg. DFR is confirming for us that a total of 4 have been transported for treatment of some sort. The call came in around 1 o'clock, and Dallas police had a massive response to the reports of a shooting here at the high school. We do want to remind you this was almost exactly the scene about a year ago, April 26th, I believe, of last year, when there was a different shooting at this same high school. At the time, it was called into question whether or not the safety protocols at the school were really being followed. This is a school that has a clear backpack mandate. This is a school that has a metal detector at the doors to make sure that the kids aren't bringing anything in and out of the building that they shouldn't be. We are being told at the time, we were being told at the time that all of those things were in place. Last time around, the loophole was a student had come to school late and kind of bypassed some of those procedures that should have been in place and unfortunately were not. Mayor Pro Tem Atkins, you just heard in a live interview toward just before the top of the hour that it's his understanding that the shooter was let into the school when somebody either propped open or left open or voluntarily opened an exterior door and let this person onto campus. For the folks who are watching thinking, okay, I want to make sure my student is okay, we can tell you this. DISD has confirmed the school is secure. The panic is over. It is now time to reunify with your students. They are asking that you do not go to campus, that instead you head directly to Eagle Stadium. We've been watching parents and guardians and grandparents and godparents line up in a very orderly way to go in. You will need a photo ID to collect your student as the reunification process is underway. We have team coverage of this breaking news event. Stephen Dial has been on the ground for us covering what's going on here. Stephen, the total now, according to DFR, up to 4 victims transported.
Yeah, and we have to see what the extent of those injuries are. Councilman Tanel Atkins saying that they're all non-life-threatening. According to him, we know a 17-year-old was shot in the leg, and there are some other injuries. We saw a person being loaded into an EMS that has still yet to drive away over here about an hour ago. I want you to look. These are parents that are actually being let across the campus into that reunification area where the stadium is. The stadium is on campus, so it's not, an off-campus site that parents are going to. This is right on the backside of campus. So what you see right now are parents making their way to the stadium, and that's where parents for over an hour have been picking up their kids even before Dallas ISD deemed this an official reunification site. Students were being held in the stadium, sitting in the bleachers until that process, that plan that we talked about, got unfolded as to this is the reunification site. Parents are showing an ID. Now that all these buses are in the way, we can't see the line of parents, but parents are lined up in front of the stadium, showing their ID, and then walking away with their students. We talked about the calm here at the scene. That's primarily because the school is secured. Yes, there are flashing lights and a large law enforcement presence, but the scene is secured. That does not mean that they have the suspect in custody. We do not know who the shooter is, if they are a student. I know Councilman Atkins told Lori that they may have been let in the building, so we don't know their exact connection to this school. A year ago, almost to the day, I was standing in the same spot about a student getting a gun in their bag and making it through the security process and having a shooting on campus. Now, a year later, we have another shooting. We don't know if it's a similar situation, but somehow a weapon made its way into Wilmer-Hutchins High School for a second year in a row.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier with the date. I believe it was the 12th of April that other shooting happened.
Yes.
It really bears repeating what you mentioned earlier, that the parents in this district, because they just went through this a year ago, knew exactly what the protocol was before the official protocol was even released to the public. They knew to go to Eagle Stadium because, unfortunately, this is a district which has experienced this exact same thing before.
Yeah, I mean, you have a large district, so issues happen in all districts, but it's also bound to pop up again. And unfortunately, it happened at this same school district. So, yeah, I mean, this is the unfortunate reality of what we're dealing with. And then that ninth grader that we talked about moments ago that we talked to, who she heard about the shooting last year, but now experienced one in her first year in high school, describing her hiding behind her teacher's desk and then moving into a storage closet, a ninth grader, because they heard gunshots in their school. And so these are just the reality that we deal with. Now, I will say something that I just noticed. The number of officer vehicles in front of the school have decreased. Again, the school is secure. If it wasn't secure, you wouldn't be seeing all this foot traffic, and we wouldn't be this close to the scene, honestly. So the number of officer vehicles have decreased. There are parents picking up their students at the football stadium.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that's a little bit of behind the scenes that our viewers probably don't realize. If this were an active shooter situation, if this was a continuing situation, we would be at a command post somewhere relatively far away from the school, right, because it wouldn't be safe for us to be there. Certainly you would not see people wandering around chit-chatting with police, going to pick up the kids. I do want to point out a couple of things if there's any good news that we can report out of this. DFR is now telling us that 3 of these victims were transported to Baylor, 1 of them transported to Methodist. We can tell you that all have non-life threatening injuries. Again, that information is from Dallas Fire Rescue. 3 to Baylor, 1 to Methodist, all of them with non-life threatening injuries. Stephen, I do want to ask you about not only the police presence, but we've also seen some community leaders who have come out. Obviously, Mayor Pro Tem Atkins was out there. I understand Judge Jenkins was out there. Is that customary for these people to kind of pop up as these things go?
Well, it depends on that person's role, right? Dallas ISD trustee Maxie Johnson, who happens to be running for city council, but he was out here this time last year because this is his area, his district that he's responsible for. I did not see Clay Jenkins last time. That doesn't mean he wasn't here, but the Dallas County judge coming out may be a kind of a rare appearance, but depending on that council member or that elected official's, the area that they cover, I mean, it would behoove them to be in the loop to know what is happening to their constituents, and so that they can also relay the information. But with it happening twice, this time last year and now this year, I think that might have warranted a little more concern from certain elected officials to say, let me come out here myself and try to see what's going on.
The other piece of information we just got from DPD, and again, I hope you can put this into perspective, they've told us they will not be having a news conference with us. That's actually a bit of good news, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get some details. But again, I forgot how many hours it took for us to have that press conference this time last year, for them to get all the information, because what you would hate to do is have a press conference and not be able to answer questions. And I guarantee you there may be some questions they won't be able to answer. I'm trying to see if we're going to toss us some sound. I know we have sound from a person that was in the school, so I don't know if we want to go to that right now.
Okay, hey, you know what? Let me work on that with the folks back here at home. We want to remind folks you're watching breaking news coverage of a shooting at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. We do have much more information than we did when we first came on the air and when we first came online. 3 victims have been transported to Baylor Hospital, 1 transported to Methodist Hospital. That information coming to us from Dallas Fire Rescue. All of them have non-life-threatening injuries. This all started to unfold just after 1 o'clock when Dallas police responded to reports of shots fired on campus. Dallas police DISD and Dallas police both saying they will not be doing a news conference of any sort right now with us. However, we can pass along the information that they've asked us to update you on. And the most important piece of that is this: the school has been secured. There is no more danger afoot here on campus. And they are asking families to avoid campus. Please do not show up. I know that it's instinctual that you would think, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to pick up my kid at school. Instead, they're asking folks to go to the Reunification Center, which is at Eagle Stadium. I do want to play for you a little bit of sound that we got with a man who was inside the building at the time of the shooting. Take a listen.
I was sitting there at the waiting room when it happened, when the shots went off.
How many shots do you think went off?
About 7.
7. Do you have a child there, or you were there?
Yes, ma'am. My son, Patrick Campos, goes to that school.
What grade is he in?
He's in the 10th grade.
And where is he?
He's all right. Yeah, I just called him, and he's cool. They all got him at the, I think, at the gym or something.
The stadium? Is
yes,
that where
the stadium.
You guys are headed?
Yes. No, I'm heading home because they're not letting our kids go home yet. They're under investigation, and they'll call us.
All right, the other voice you're hearing in that is Fox 4's Peyton Yeager. She is on the scene now as well. I believe David Sintendry is there. Again, we have team coverage happening right now as the situation unfolds at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. A lot of questions needing to be answered, and that's about as raw as it gets, folks. I mean, that is the raw video of her asking the questions really in real time, right? You heard that man say he was inside the school. According to his eyewitness account, he heard 7 different gunshots. We're also being told that whoever this shooter was let into school through perhaps an exterior door. That information coming from Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins. Dallas Fire Rescue telling us 4 different people have been transported to the hospital, 3 of them at Baylor, 1 of them at Methodist. We do not know if the 4 includes the shooter at this point or not. But again, we are staying abreast of the breaking news that we're bringing you here. So I'm going to ask the folks in the booth to tell me if who we have to go back to so that we can continue kind of updating information. Sounds like Lori Brown is ready to go.
Steve, we got a lot of information from Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins, who is the one who said that there were multiple victims. It's not clear, though, what their injuries were. He did say that they were non-life-threatening injuries, and we did get from Dallas Fire Rescue the information that there were 4 students transported to 2 different hospitals. Now, we are still awaiting word from Dallas ISD about what type of injuries these students have, and we have only heard from a source about one 17-year-old student who was shot in his lower calf. Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins also told us that the shooter somehow managed to enter through a side door, which is a break in school protocol where everyone is supposed to enter through the front. Everyone has to have a driver's license and a visitor's badge to be able to get in. People are not supposed to hold doors open or prop doors open. So Dallas ISD, though, has not elaborated about that information. We're also still awaiting word about where the shooter is. Dallas ISD has said that the school is safe. And so that leads us to believe that the shooter is either in custody or was one of the students that was taken to the hospital. Dallas Police is deferring to Dallas ISD, saying that they are the lead agency on this situation. So I will give you the information, though, from Tanel Atkins himself. This is a clip from our interview that we had just a little bit ago.
We don't have a serious injury right now, to my knowledge. Pray for the family, pray for the kids, pray for the students, and thank God no one is crucially injured.
Was able to reunify with her two students in a pretty smooth process, but they were pretty shaken up about this situation, and it was just a year ago that there was a shooting at this same school. So we will continue to monitor the situation out here. Steve.
All right, Lori Brown, Stephen Dahl, we thank you both for your participation in our breaking news coverage. Again, I want to leave you with some live pictures courtesy of Sky 4 as we wrap up our breaking news coverage of a shooting at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. Again, this story started unfolding around 1 o'clock today when Dallas police responded to reports of shots fired. You can see folks have now lined up at the Reunification Center. If you are headed to campus, we want to remind you that you are to bring a photo ID in order to collect your student, and that the Reunification Center is at Eagle Stadium. It is not at the high school. The high school, we are being told, has been secured. We can also confirm for you that DFR is telling us 4 people have been transported, 3 of them to Baylor, 1 to Methodist. We do not know if that includes a shooter, whom, according to Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins, may have been let in purposely through a side or exterior door. We will bring you much more on this when we are back with you at 4 o'clock. For now, we do want to invite you to continue watching our streaming coverage on Fox Local and on our website, fox4news.com.
This has been a Fox 4 News alert. Stay connected at fox4news.com and live streaming on Fox Local. Always here for you, Fox 4.
Let's talk on the phone. She ain't about to turn around.
Can we be on the news?
Yeah. What you gonna tell me? What you gonna tell me? What you gonna tell me?
Nothing. I just want to miss you. You gonna tell them both? Happy New Year.
Good.
Everybody.
The only information that we have from sources and from Councilman Tennell Atkins on the record is that a student was shot. Tennell Atkins on the record is that a student was shot in the leg, but we've been hearing reports from DFR of other injuries. We don't know the extent of those injuries. Students started calling their parents around the 1 o'clock hour. Multiple parents that I talked to on and off camera were telling me about their student calling them multiple times or texting them multiple times, and unfortunately this is kind of the routine of what we're used to just in general in schools in America, not just in Dallas, not just in Texas, but all over the country. And so then everyone started reacting, right? Multiple law enforcement agencies coming to the school, setting up an area for the students to be before the parents reunify with them at the football stadium, which is on campus. When we got here, not too long after the shooting, things were calm, which meant that the campus was already secure. One big question that we don't have the answer to is, who is the shooter, and is that shooter in custody? That's one of the main things we hope to get an answer for. I want you to listen to a 9th grade student. I talked to her after reuniting with her godmother who picked her up. She said she heard about last year's shooting. This is her first year in high school, and now she's living one herself.
My teacher, she was going over our work, and we heard a gunshot. And at first I was trying to process it because usually they have little they smack you, they're around the halls and they play around. So I was processing it until it went off again, and it was faster this time. So that's when me and my classmates, we got up and we went behind the teacher's desk. And I was making sure my classmates were okay. And then we went into the storage room, and we had waited there until we got escorted out.
So just the reality of a situation of what teenagers are just dealing with in schools in general. And so we know that this school has metal detectors and a process that students go through when they arrive in the morning. So we'll have to wait and see if there was a failure in that process or if it was another process. Councilman Tennell Atkins telling our Lori Brown that in his words, from the information that he got, he said a door may have been propped open. And so was this during the lunch period? Where were the checks and balances as to if a door was ajar on a campus? And so a lot of unanswered questions we're waiting for. Likely Stephanie Elizalde, the superintendent, and the Dallas ISD police chief to answer questions from the media.
Yeah, and Stephen, you pointed out that you are standing in nearly the same spot as you did almost exactly 1 year ago, covering that separate school shooting at the same school, Wilmer-Hutchins. Remind us what happened last spring.
Yeah, so literally almost a year to the date. I think it happened a couple of days ago if you want to go by the calendar. But a student came to school late and their bag check, students have clear book bags here, but that gun was in a bag and it made its way past the entrance of the school, and then it resulted in a shooting. Now, in that case, things were able to come to a conclusion as far as a suspect being in custody and whatnot. We don't have the information about a suspect in custody in this case. We just talked to a parent about 30 minutes ago. She just moved to this area. She said it was her child's first year in this, and she said she was wondering why her child had to bring a clear book bag to school, and she said today she understands why, because things like this happen. And so, yeah, it's the unfortunate situation for the district officials that they'll have to answer. One time is a lapse in protocol. The chief at the time telling me himself this could have been prevented. And so now he's going to be faced with trying to answer how something like this happened again.
Yeah, it's hard for those families, Stephen, especially the ones who are reliving from the tragedy last year. All right, thank you. Now we want to transition to Fox 4's Lori Brown. She has also been talking to parents and first responders at the high school there. Lori, what can you tell us today?
Hannah, we are still waiting for Dallas ISD to give us an official briefing about exactly what happened. There is still a huge police presence here at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. The latest information that we have from Dallas Fire is that 4 people were transported to 2 different hospitals. 1 victim is in serious condition. We were told the other 3 had non-life-threatening injuries. Jason Evans, a spokesman for Dallas Fire, said that 3 victims had gunshot wounds and a 4th appeared to be grazed by a bullet. We spoke with a mother earlier who was able to reunite with her 2 students who were inside the school when the shots rang out.
I'm thinking about taking them out and putting them in homeschool. Because it's something I can't keep going through this as a parent. I'm telling you, it's very frightening to ever think about losing your child and your kids. It's very, I mean, this is terrible. But they over there now. Thank God they standing. But my heart goes out to the parents that had to deal with this tragedy today.
Earlier, we spoke with Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins, who said that the shooter was somehow able to get in through a side door. We're waiting for more details about exactly how that transpired. Dallas Fire also said that 3 of the people transported were between 15 and 18 years old. A 4th person's age was unknown, and we have heard that there was a 17-year-old who had a gunshot wound to his leg. It's unclear if the shooter is still on the loose in custody or one of the ones transported to the hospital. So we will continue to stand by here and let you know when we get more information. Hannah?
Yeah, hopefully get some answers on those shortly. Lori Brown, thank you so much for your reporting. And we'll be sure to continue following this developing news throughout the evening. Here is a live look now from the school. We are expecting an update from Dallas ISD sometime before the end of the hour. We also have more reporters there on the ground, so we'll be sure to continue checking in on this story as soon as we learn more details. So be sure to stick with Fox 4 on air and online for the very latest. All right, let's take a live look outside. Clear blue skies and a nice warm but windy day in North Texas. We are in for some changes, though, as we inch.
Oh, yeah. They called it a press conference, but it's like no question. So it was successful. Yeah, I mean, they were just saying I hadn't heard these. I was close over there, so I don't hear, but I can understand this. Yeah.
You're standing by.
Tiene 2 barras de carga. ¿Tienes pilas? Sí, tengo varias pilas, eso te iba a decir. Que estamos pendientes por si acaso, pero creo que estamos bien. Y si no, pues lo puedo reemplazar rápido. Tengo una caja nueva de pilas.
¿Cuántas barras son? 4. ¿Cuántas barras son? 3. Tiene 2. Ahorita, después de la entrevista, quizás la cambiamos.
Sí. Tengo sed. ¿Y tú no? Sí, claro.
Oh, there she is.
I had a few. Were you stretching? Oh.
Get ready. All right, dude. No? I thought you were minutes maybe? I'm
not sure what she's doing right now. Yeah, about 10.
It is good. It's beautiful. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Lean heavily.
What about the wrist?
Yeah, just kind of lean.
There's your
little
This is him touching you.
That's what I can tell John's hands. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they go stay over there.
Very strong hands. Weathered. They've been through a lot. You know.
Yeah. Good hand. You got love.
One and two and three and four.
Yes, sir. I cut it back off. Yeah. So much fun. Okay. Keep you on your toes. Right? I'm already cold. Where's the mic? That's me right there.
Do y'all want me to see if I can get a little stand? Yeah.
No.
Like the mics. Yeah. It's just a plane. It's like we use it for our It's like a podium, but it's there over there. I'd have to drive.
not going to be. The red table they were looking to. She's on the ground.
Yeah, but nice.
But why would you bring high heel shoes to something like this?
I see you with this right there. Good how you could do a live thing on your phone.
Yep.
Is that pretty small?
Just here to let y'all know that it's going to be closer to 5 before they come out here and talk to y'all, okay? So just be ready. Once you see us again, we'll give you a heads up so you prepare and everything. And then once they come and walk out here, then they'll be ready to talk to you, okay?
They're currently inside, right?
Yeah, so it'll be closer to 5, okay?
Closer to 5. Cerca de las 5. ¿Es FI? Okay.
All right. Well, it's a good warm-up.
Sure.
You're supposed to be like right here.
I don't know if you can see it directly. So, yeah, I know. And we won't be affiliated. I'll tell you that. Remember Diego? Background, how it gets hot when I open up to him? Debbie used to.
I was this week. Yeah, it looks like it's Thursday and Friday. But they, one of those lawyers is going to go test. It'll be into the next one. I I flew over back and just stayed with you. 5 miles.
And now they have that one.
Got you a week early.
I'm getting all my expense reports done. Everything gets confused.
Best clear of the day ever.
When I got here, so Jane Gray's reporting. Just with the shading and all that.
Are you all okay if we move to the door?
Let's do it.
José. José. Dude. José. No, vamos a mover para allá. Vamos, yo te llevo. Sí.
Let's cancel. Background, if you ask me. What's this? I'm gonna walk away. Just 1 second. So where are we? With the doors is the background.
Yeah,
Background actions.
yeah, it's dead right now. It's nothing. It's more.
Sweet. It's gonna be, so we need to be.
She's still gonna be back with it. That's
Yeah, we've got to be. She's got to be out.
in
Listen,
complete shade.
we're just helping you.
That's good right there. The sun will go down.
All right. Very good.
There's like a lecture or something.
I know.
Did you white balance right here?
Thank you, sir.
White balance everyone over here?
All right, órale. What? Let me change the I didn't like that white. One more time. Yeah, this sounded like a lot better. Thank you. One word.
Thank you.
That was from the ACDC.
Yeah, that was good.
I thought it was me. That was sound check at ACDC.
Yeah.
I'll take the go.
Yeah. We might be switching to Sunday this year. Yeah,
We're smiling like Sony and everybody else is used to hearing.
I want to stay in the front.
Yeah, the copies. Yeah.
Oh, is that your what? That's connected to is that your receiver? Okay. Oh wow. Yeah.
It says it's a poor area, but I disagree. It's a better area than that white shirt.
Is it?
Yes. We took it from 85 to 7,000. Which is still. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. Yeah, we do it.
Before we used that to take everything everywhere, take unbalance my backpack, trap it together. Daddy. And bed becomes therefore happy. Bed makes you happy.
Radiation, man, from all that.
I didn't think he was down there.
That's prostate. I have throat cancer. I got. That's also what we were talking about. The prostate cancer has been nothing. And a year ago this month, I was diagnosed with throat cancer. So that's why I was out in the summer. I was all gone from 7 weeks of chemo and 30 rounds of radiation.
See him waving hands.
Second one, man.
All right. Good information.
You will come back this time?
Yeah, I'm getting I mean, besides, I know guys are on liquid diets for the rest of their life.
You guys are done with live shots, right?
So
Okay.
Maybe. I think they have each other.
That's what they were just texting me. Yeah. So I'm wondering if they want to take your feed then and have Jordan step aside if this runs 10 minutes late or something.
I just had a sore throat, man. I had a sore throat, and I could see it. I could see what was on my tongue.
Did you feel it?
I could see it. It was just sore. That's all it was. Your nose is probably going to relinquish.
Last question is, they lose us twice.
I think that's somewhere in the contract.
I think so, yeah. It's in the social.
I think you negotiated that last time, right?
Let's just go 3 times. We can all this time. No last questions.
Are y'all's negotiations coming up? Your union negotiations? Are they like this spring or something?
Yeah.
Summer? Yeah. So this will be your first time with the new
GM, new news director.
Michael Douglas.
My wife is sitting in the room, and he says, well, it's HPV based. She goes, I don't have HPV. And the guy goes, oh, he got it from some sorority girl about 40 years ago. It's just been sitting in your system for that long. That's right. So that stay not gonna move. It's been anytime. I was out then, because I was doing the morning show.
Yeah.
We restarted the morning show, and then I was on leave for 2 months, so I couldn't get off the sofa and walk to my house. That chemotherapy kicked, and they told me that's what was going to happen. They did not.
So besides
Yeah, I could. But I couldn't eat. I had a stomach. I lost 35 pounds. I had a stomach tube. I had protein shakes. I got hope. Yes, sir. That's how I ate. You couldn't.
My life. I mean, I can't. I'm not trying to go there. We all have our own.
Of course. But yeah, that's where it's going. Are you in the same spot over off of Meadow?
Sadly, I never thought I'd be there that long. Here I am still. I never
And now I can't even afford it.
I'm like, now be careful with which one you just begin sometimes. Because you get into, I'm convinced with my
no idea.
I'm like, are you kidding me? So my best friend that I'm like, he goes, oh man, I'm too tired. I said, dude, you have the best life in the world. Come deal with this. Anyway, let me go to the live show. Man, it's two diagnoses in a row. We had dinner Saturday night.
We texted months ago, like, hey, we need to get you
This will actually set a personal record for longest presser waiting time from the amateur. I don't think I've had a good hour-long stand before.
That's exactly. Well, I think your work schedule. You weren't around for the day.
You quit in yours?
Let me go do this.
Got your masters and hurry up and wait.
He was waiting I like got a wide shot.
Oh yeah, nice. We'll do the Wes Anderson thing where only they're like from the neck up. It's gonna be on. I like that. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Fox 4's going a different direction, artistic. Yeah. It's gonna be good.
Hey man, how's your baby? How old is your baby now? Still good day.
She's walking and running and chasing puppies around the park.
And your wife is also in the business.
She's at WFA.
Okay.
She does mornings every day.
That's sweet.
A couple years now.
Congratulations.
Appreciate you.
I was thinking about that. I didn't realize it was so long ago. Your baby's 14 months now.
Actually, fine, man.
Good time.
We had ours just a couple months after JD and Aaron had theirs.
Oh, okay.
They were in December, we were February.
Gotcha.
They met one time.
Did they?
They met at Tiffany Liu.
Oh, you had a little kid
together. Tiffany Liu had a birthday party for her kid. A bunch of kids came by. Oh.
Yes.
Commercial. That's a good sign.
Oh, wow, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Honestly, that's a great time.
Do you have any?
I have two boys are grown. They're in their early 20s now. But like
post-college or like school? Or
still working on that situation. You know, one of them actually is a personal trainer. He manages a restaurant that's like, they're in Kansas where they grew up with my mom, or with their mom.
Yeah.
The baby mom, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
So he manages this restaurant while he's trying to build this. He wants to be a personal trainer.
Yeah.
So he's trying to build his clientele in that business. And my other is studying cybersecurity.
Okay.
Stuff like that. Wichita. Get on 35. You go straight up and you run right into it. Just got to go through it.
We've been dating for together for a long time. When we were dating, we got distance for a while, and she was
OKC, working in OKC.
She was debating taking a job either in Wichita or Colorado Springs. She chose Colorado Springs, but we drove up to Wichita to check it out.
Yeah.
And she did her interview up there.
Yeah.
KKE.
That's where that was my first station.
Oh, cool.
Because I grew up there. That's why my kids were there. I grew up there, and that was my first station.
She almost took a weekend anchor job there, but instead took uninvited guests. Like a traffic anchor money if you're trying to position in Colorado Springs. And that was.
Got the mic on. Can you hear me, Ganan? John Ganan? John Ganan? Jonathan Ganan, can you hear me? John Ganan, can you hear me? I gotta walk back in the You got levels? You're all right.
What's the focal point?
Right to us. Like right here.
Focal point right here? Is this it?
As close as you can get to us. Well, we got limited microphones here. Right. Some people don't have visuals, so make sure they got them. Yeah. Let's go.
Right here, X is the focal point right here.
Since they don't have a podium, we just pretty close to the microphone.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
They're walking up now. They are walking up now. They are walking up now.
First, you will hear from our Assistant Chief of Police in Dallas ISD, our Assistant Police Chief here in Dallas ISD, and her name is Christina Smith. That is spelled Christina, Smith spelled the traditional way, followed by Dr. Stephanie Elizalde, Superintendent of Schools in Dallas ISD, name spelling Stephanie, Stephanie, Elizalde, Elizalde. You will hear from them first, and then we will only take 2 questions. So following that, you will hear from them, and then we'll be escorted out. But thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today.
Earlier today, we responded to a shooting call at Wilmer-Hutchins High School. This is a tragic situation, and I know everyone wants answers, and we are going to give you what we know at this point. It remains a fluid investigation, and all of our law enforcement partners are helping us to work on this investigation. We had 4 students injured today and were transported to area hospitals. The suspect has not been arrested, but we have identified the suspect, and as I mentioned, we have many of our law enforcement partners helping us, and we are working on locating and arresting the suspect at this time. I'd like to now introduce Dallas ISD Superintendent Stephanie Elizalde.
Thank you, Chief. Today, as we all know, the unthinkable has happened, and quite frankly, this is just becoming way too familiar, and it should not be familiar. I do want everyone to know that I just got off the phone with Governor Abbott, who just called to get an update, a status report, and to offer any resources that we need to assist us. So I know that there are many questions, and we're not going to have all the answers right now because some of the information will be inaccurate. So we will do our very best because we know it is important to be always transparent. I do need to take a moment to ensure that first and foremost we know that we have been able to reunify all of our high school students with their parents and guardians. The team of Dallas ISD Police Department and our Office of Emergency Management, along with all of the agencies that assisted us in ensuring that we ensured everyone was safe. And it is important to note that within 2 minutes, of course, we already had an officer here at the high school that was able to respond immediately to the incident, followed by Wilmer Police, who were next on the scene. But I'm sure that you can tell that there were multiple agencies from the Sheriff's Department, the City Police, whether it was City Police from Dallas, City Police from Wilmer, City Police from Hutchins. Of course, DPS troopers have been here. We have the Fire and Rescue, FBI, ATF. There were a number of federal agents that were also here to provide that level of support. What I can tell you is our team worked very deliberately to ensure first and foremost that everyone was safe on campus as soon as the incident was reported, and provided, of course, treatment to each of the individuals. We will have difficulty giving you any specifics, of course, because as you all know, there are laws that keep us from being able to disclose information for minors. I also want to reiterate that we will not be having school at Wilmer-Hutchins High School for the rest of the week. We will have mental health clinicians and others available to assist anyone who would like to meet with counselors to discuss the incident. You don't ever just get used to this, and I am very aware of that. It certainly weighs very heavy on my heart, but I can't begin to imagine. As a parent myself, I'm trying to put myself in those shoes. So again, I do want to, the reason Wilmer-Hutchins Elementary was also put on lockdown was because, of course, of its close proximity, but there was not any danger to anyone at the elementary school. We will be having elementary school tomorrow and Thursday. There is no need for anyone to be concerned about safety of their children. And we will still have additional officers because, again, I want to do everything we can to provide reassurances to our parents. The last thing anyone thinks when they're bringing their children to school, whether it's a high school or whether your spouse or significant other is going to work, is to think that these things are happening. But they do happen, and they shouldn't be happening. Right now, our primary concern is to continue to provide support, ensuring our schools are safe, and we will work with all of our community to do the very best we can to ensure that everyone feels safe. It's not enough to be safe, they also have to feel safe. again, I think I might have even left out the constable's office was another agency. I really don't want to leave anyone out because this was absolutely a team effort, and so again, we're going to be very limited, but we can take a couple of questions.
What do we know about the suspect and what led up to the shooting?
Just mentioned a few minutes ago.
I'll start here.
What do we know about the suspect and what led up to the shooting?
We do have the identity of the suspect, but as I mentioned earlier, this is still a very fresh and fluid investigation, so I don't have any information regarding what led up to the shooting.
Dr. You just mentioned a few minutes ago that there was obviously parents that you were very concerned about, making sure that they had confidence. We had parents that mentioned that security was an issue here and has been before, that at times even students were checking backpacks as a part of security to help out in the moments. How do you give parents confidence to send their kids back to school in this kind of moment?
So I can tell you what we know, how the gun did not get on campus, and probably better for me to let the chief let you know I can tell you how the gun did not get on campus.
So we do know that the gun did not come through during regular intake time, so it was not a failure of our staff, of our protocols, or of the machinery that we have. It did not come in through regular intake.
Can you expand on that? 'Cause that seems a bit vague.
I cannot at this time.
Expand. We do appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We were only able to take 2 questions, and we appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
How it got in the first place?
Thank you.
Judge Jenkins, is there anything you might want to say in the moment? Obviously, this is very nerve-wracking for parents.
Okay. It's not white. All right. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I was standing near the superintendent. That's an unfortunate press conference right there because, people have questions, and 2 questions that were asked. The person with the Dallas ISD Police Department did say that this was not an error like what happened this time last year as far as the bag not being checked and passing through. That was the case last year. They did say on the record that was not the case this year. We know that Councilman Tanel Atkins said that a door may have been propped open. That kind of goes to that narrative if that's the case. But we do know that this was not a entry to school incident. This was a gun getting in a different way. Stephanie Elizalde, the superintendent, said that before coming out here to make those brief statements that she spoke to Governor Greg Abbott. Unfortunately, in Texas and other districts, school incidents happen, and so we are living another one. Of course, there were multiple questions that we would hope would have been asked, but they were not asked, and so now it just kind of leads to speculation. We are still awaiting more suspect information. I know the superintendent said there's limited information that she can share because HIPAA, because of student privacy reasons. We know that 4 students were injured. So I want you to take a listen really quick at a student that I spoke to hours after being reunified with one of her loved ones.